the connector we need is the one that's further away from you. All right.
Так. Открывает папа.
Принято.
Так, наиболее дальний. ФП-7.
Okay, I am going towards the connector that's further away from me.
Значит, не наиболее дальний. Нам надо 7-9. Это, видимо, один стыкованный или нет?
Okay, we need the one that is HFP 7-9.
Он здесь единственный состыкованный.
It's the only connector mated here. Am I correct? It's number 7-9.
Так, ну само.
Принято.
Проверяем.
Yes, okay, I'm
Индикация ХФП-7.
checking the cable. If it says the same number, yes, it does.
Принято. Ожидай команду на стыковку.
Okay, now stand by for our command.
Все, мы получили добро, можно расстыковывать.
Okay, we have a go, so you can demate this connector. HFP 7-9. Copy that. It's now demated.
Разъем.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, ну получается кабель мы где-то здесь оставляем, правильно?
So we'll leave the cable somewhere here.
Будет для подключения. Его на фиксирующей плате где-то прибандажировать.
The connector that we don't need for mating, you can secure it.
Здесь есть на поручне 2213 проволочный фиксатор.
I have a wire tie on handrail 2213.
Под клапаном.
Will that do? Well, actually, you can put it under the MLI flap, okay?
Что-нибудь придумаем.
I'll think of something.
Ну, если что, этот проволочный фиксатор можно будет им воспользоваться. Это, наверное, кабель MLM-овский, который...
And in any case, you may use this wire tie. Okay, this is good right here. Copy.
Готов, получается, с катушки с УКП. Первый разъем.
Освобождаю.
Now the UKP first connector from the reel. Yes, you may start. Copy.
Тебе потом удобно будет катушку мне передать? Вот я вот
Will it be
передать потом, не запуталась.
all right for you to hand over the reel to me later? Let me first try to prepare it for you.
Дим, ты, наверное, не тот разъем начал вытаскивать.
Dima, maybe you started on the wrong connector. Yes, I'm thinking about it.
Это узкий кабель у нас, который...
It should be the narrow cable. Okay, I understand now. It's inside.
А ты по пути все кабельные держатели ослабил?
And did you loosen all cable holders on your way to here? Yes, I did as much as I could, and we'll go further and see how it goes.
Тут прямо передо мной под мишенью тоже есть
Under the target,
кабельный держатель.
I have a cable holder that is not occupied.
И тогда под штангой мишени надо будет проводить.
Then you will have to go.
This is Mission Control Houston. Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin are at a connector patch panel at the intersection of the Zvezda service module and the rest of the interconnecting module area of the International Space Station as they work to demate a series of cables that have linked a science experiment called seismoprognos, which measures seismic activity back on Earth. That experiment and its associated stanchion will be jettisoned once it is removed as the first task of today's spacewalk, which is featured with the removal of a number of science experiments no longer needed on the Russian segment of the station, their data having been collected over a number of years, and the installation of a high-speed data transmission radio system.
All right, standing by.
Свой фол. Постоянно длинно зафиксировал. Да, все, до этого подальше.
I secured it to my
Мы его протягиваем.
fixed length tether.
Прямо даже вот под поручень.
And now I can pull the tether this way under the handrail, I think.
Разъем подать. Да, да.
And now the connector. I have to get it closer to you. Okay, I have it.
Так, готов стыковать. Разъем.
I'm ready to make the connector HFP 7-9.
Вступай к стыковке.
Yes, you have a go to make it. Copy.
Так, снимаю крышку нашего кабельного разъема.
Taking the cap off the cable connector, checking the pin out.
Ориентация норма.
Everything nominal.
Так. Проверяю индикацию ХПП 7-9.
Checking the labeling, and it is correct.
Принято.
HFP
Номер кабеля
7-9.
Разъем.
Connector is secured.
Номер кабеля получится.
Copy.
Прочитать?
But can you read
Да,
the
номер кабеля на 7-9.
cable number on this
По идее, одна, конечно, две ответные.
connector?
Нет, который был на фиксирующей плате.
The one from UKP?
Который был.
Or the one that was there before?
Тут номеров нету, тут только ХПП.
There are no numbers. It says HFP
В основании
7-9.
разъема на кабеле.
But at the lower side of the connector,
ХПП 7-9.
yes, it says HFP 7-9.
7-9 состыкован. Укладывай в лирку и сфотографируй, пожалуйста.
Okay, so it is mated. That is good.
Никакой нумерации, индикации нет.
And there are no other labels or numbers.
Смотри, на изоленте.
As you can see.
Нет.
No, no, no.
Дим. Валерку.
Принято.
Ласты.
Тогда сфотографируй, пожалуйста, это с помощью глиссера.
Да. Хорошо.
Connector
Еще
is
одна
secured.
рекомендация. Пожалуйста, можешь минимизировать контакт с мишенью.
And please make sure that there is as little contact with the target as possible. Copy. I shall try to do so.
The two cosmonauts working in tandem outside as we approach the 33-minute mark in today's spacewalk are in the process of demating and remating a series of connectors, basically power cables associated with the first of the experiments that will be removed and jettisoned during today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts will be removing a seismic detection experiment, a high-speed data transmission system and its associated stanchion, and a telemetry hardware bundle with its stanchion, all of those to be removed and jettisoned to the aft of the International Space Station with a trajectory that will ensure that there is no chance for recontact with the orbital outpost.
Принято, Дим. Тогда закрывай клапаны СХИ и проверь, пожалуйста, свою камеру Ерка.
And you may close the MLI flaps and please check your ERCA camera.
Да, светодиод не горит.
Yes, LED is not illuminated, so I can turn it back on. Yes, please.
Включил, светодиод горит.
It is on and the LED is illuminated. Thank you. We are getting the video from your camera now. I'm closing the MLI flap now. Copy that. We can see that.
Так, закрыт.
MLI flap is now closed. Copy.
Я укладываю кабель в первый кабельный держатель.
The view from the helmet camera of Expedition 69 Commander Sergei Prokopьев as he works with Dmitry Petelin in the early stages of today's spacewalk, reconfiguring a number of connectors at a patch panel that will enable them to remove a series of science and telemetry experiments and associated hardware for their jettisoning as they reconfigure systems on the International Space Station for the installation of more modern-day equipment.
Sergey, and not to have to tighten the wing nut with the wrench, you can move those sides apart a little bit so it will be easier. Done? Copy. And now you can help Dima a little bit with the cable carrier and the tether that's secured to the handrail. Secure it to the second handrail too. Sounds good. All right, I have it secured. Copy.
The connector work that is ongoing by Prokopiev and Patelin will be the precursor to the installation of a new high-speed data transmission radio hardware on the Zvezda service module a bit later in today's spacewalk. This new data transmission hardware will replace an older system, providing a much more efficient data and telemetry capability for work ongoing in the Russian segment of the station.
All right, a little bit. I have just one request. When you're going to be moving UKP closer, do not pull it by the cables towards yourself. Okay, sounds good. All right. And we'll have to probably remove it from the reel and secure it.
Prokopiev and Patelin are in the process of routing these cables to another patch panel on the Zvezda service module for the upcoming installation of data transmission radio hardware, high-speed data transmission hardware. That is one of the major objectives of today's spacewalk.
All right, I have secured it near the holder. All right, I have installed the cable holder. Copy. And I'm going to tighten them here. The clamps. And you can also tighten the stanchion. Okay. Well, it's for the stanchion of the cable holder. All right, yeah, it was a little bit loose. Copy, it's good enough. All right, we are translating a little bit. All right, and you see the translation handrail. And now take the monoblock and move in the direction of UKP. And as you go, be mindful of the cable holder. All right, so you're going to give me the reel back, right? Yes.
This view from Dmitry Petelin's helmet camera, and a good view of Expedition 69 commander Sergei Prokopyev, well into the 7th spacewalk of his career, as he works with a number of cables, securing those cables to a connector panel for the upcoming installation of hardware called the Data Transmission Radio System, high-speed data and telemetry capability to be offered once that hardware is activated.
All right, we'll probably need to untwine it. So what handrail are you talking about? I can't really read the number here. Yeah, it's kind of the remains of the markings. 2233 maybe? All right, I have loosened the loop. Okay, let me translate. And I'm taking the monoblock. Copy. All right, I have it secured with adjustable tether. And I need to move to the adapter now, right? All right. I got it.
The two cosmonauts continuing to route a bundle of cables to a connector patch panel for the installation upcoming of a high-speed data transmission system on the Zvezda service module as we approach the 49-minute mark into today's spacewalk that began with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock at 9:24 a.m. Central Time, 10:24 a.m. Eastern Time.
As you are translating, please verify that your French hooks are closed, because sometimes the handrails are too big for the French hook to close on its own easily, so you need to make sure that it closes. Okay, will do. All right, I'm going around on the left side. And Andre, did you free up the cable holder? That's going to be from plate 1. It should be on the right-hand side. Yes. Give me a second. And you will start rotating the battery along plane 2. Okay, copy. I have loosened the cable holder in the area around the adapter, and the one that's a little bit more to the right near the beta N monoblock, the one that I have now. Yeah. Don't worry. I'll get it configured. Copy. Then, Sergey, since you are next to plate 12, you can secure the connected to the glisser, or with the glisser. Copy. As far as I understand, the MLI flap does not have the side with the Velcro hooks in a really good. It's not in a really good condition. And it would be great if you could take a picture of how you close that valve or cover it up. All right, will do.
Flying 260 miles over the southeastern Atlantic Ocean off the western coast of Africa, the International Space Station moving from northwest to southeast as Sergei Prokopьев and Dmitry Petelin approach the 1-hour mark into today's spacewalk, continuing to work with a series of cable connectors for the upcoming installation of a high-speed data transmission system. This is just part of the work to remove and jettison equipment no longer needed, scientific equipment no longer needed on the outside of the Zvezda service module, and the installation of new hardware for high-speed data transmission, as well as the extensive collection of photography of the external surfaces of the service module for engineering analysis on the ground.
So just make sure to report. Did you find connector that ends in that is 49 unintelligible 3? Yes. Well, I'm okay. So you need to take pictures of that connector. It's a low frequency connector. It may not be connected. Okay. Or maybe one of those connectors. Well, you just need to check which one is connected, which one is not connected, and let us know. Okay. And Sergey, when you have a second, could you please check your hacker camera?
Sure.
Oh yeah, give me a second. Well, so 3 or 8-3, we have it, the connector. Okay, so take pictures and close it with an MLI flap. And also, once you close it out, could you please take pictures as well? Yeah, the cover is not secured, so here. That's ours, right? No. It's the one that you need to take pictures of. But the ones that you need are on the platform or plate 1. So, platform or plate 1 for us. Okay? Then I'm putting the connectors back. Yes. For now, as we're moving to, like, I can see FVP 1. It's closer to the large diameter. No, it should be right in front of you, basically. Yeah, I see something. Yes, that's what it is. That's great. You need to find connector 1, 1, 3 there. Not it's B, brother, but just plain 1, 1. Just plain connector 1.
The cosmonauts continuing to work with connectors at a patch panel for the upcoming installation of a high data transmission system.
Our new cable, you connect it.
The crew is reported to be about 30 minutes ahead of its timeline, having started the spacewalk just under an hour ago at 9:24 a.m. Central Time.
Talk on CSS for 6-7 minutes. But if we go completely LOS, so please stand by for our go. All right, sounds good.
Да, КФК-1-3, у нас через 3 минуты будет...
And you are going to go into orbital twilight, and please turn on your lights if needed. Okay? HFP is found. Okay. And it's connected to connector 1-3, right? Yes, it is. And let me read out the markings on it on the platform. So, cable connector 17KS 10U85108-80. This is the one that we need. You will need to connect it. All right, I'll be ready to do it, and we gotta go to disconnect it. Copy.
The cosmonauts in the process of removing a old data transmission system and its associated stanchion.
Right, so
this will be one of the items to be jettisoned overboard.
Copy.
And replaced with the installation of a new high-speed data transmission system.
The one that we don't need, we are going to leave it, right? Yes. So, PET is 1 hour, just as an FYI, guys. Copy. Sergey, if you're done with that plate, you can start translating and also loosen the cable holder as you go. Okay. All right, I have loosened it. Copy. And we're in twilight or orbital night. And the next is going to be like a French hook holder. And I'm moving to the circular handrail. And once you get there, please stand by there and wait for Dima or Dmitry. Sounds good. Unintelligible. Okay, I'm at the circular handrail, so please stand by there and wait for Dmitry, EV2.
Сергей, и вот смотри, ты левой рукой...
Sergey, you are holding on to a pass.
Принято.
Be where you hold on to. Copy. All right,
1 hour,
we
3
have,
minutes into today's spacewalk by Prokopiev and Patelin. We're in a momentary handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. The two cosmonauts working outside in the vicinity of the Zvezda service module have disconnected and reconnected a number of cables for patch panels that will be used to activate a high-speed data transmission system to be installed a short time from now, and are preparing other hardware for the removal of a seismic detection experiment, an older high-speed data transmission system and its stanchion, and a telemetry system and its stanchion, 3 jettisons in all, to be executed later in today's spacewalk. As we wait for a reacquisition of a downlink television capability from the station a short time from now, just moments from now, the complex and the Expedition 69 crew flying 260 miles over the southern Indian Ocean, about to sweep from southwest and northeast across the continent of Australia. We're 1 hour, 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, the 266th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 9th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year. This is the 7th spacewalk for Expedition 69 crew members, 4 out of Poisk, 3 out of Quest, the 7th spacewalk in Sergei Prokopiev's career, and the 5th for Dmitry Petelin.
Work with connectors 1.3, and then KPP 1.3 has been mated. Okay, copy. Copy, Dmitry. So you already placed everything there? All the connectors, did you stow them? What do you mean? What do you mean stow? Well, yes. Yes, I put them into the Lyrica clip. Okay, copy. Then when you're done with taking photographs, you can close the valve. Copy. Is the solar array going to be tucked in? Is it going to be rotated so that, yes, it's going to be rotated even further after Dmitry goes past the KPP adapter. Okay, copy. I don't think it's going to be very convenient in this current position. Okay, I did put that away. I think I put everything away.
The rotation of the solar array offered in that conversation between Sergei Prokopiev and the Russian flight control team in Korolyov has to do with positioning the solar arrays on the Zvezda service module in the right orientation to permit the releasing of the stanchion holding the older high-speed data transmission system that is being discarded, jettisoned by the two cosmonauts, part of one of 3 items to be jettisoned during today's spacewalk.
Дим, включил, да?
Dmitry, did you turn it on?
Да, горит все.
Yes, it's on. So I tucked Lirka in there and put the loose ends in there. Okay, copy. Thank you. So there is a good margin available. So, and HFP 13B, and we're going to keep it here, open. Yes, going to be on that plate. Okay. Can I tighten? Can I pull it up so I can route it? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Go ahead. Okay, I'm going to translate. So I'm going to move it closer. So are you going to route it above or below? Below. Okay, I'm going to go there as well.
Дим, а можешь, пожалуйста, еще
Дмитрий,
попробовать хеку перезагрузить?
Светодиод горит.
So the LED is on.
Да, я слышал, ты говорил, да. Дим, это сейчас ты ехал, по-моему.
Speaking simultaneously. I think you turned off and turned on the one. Oh, okay. I see the one that's on top. Yes, I see it. The LED is on. Copy. Thank you. I apologize.
Адаптер ДПП ты перешагнул.
Did you step over the KPP adapter? Yes. There's only one here.
Мы будем вращать солнечную батарею.
So we're going to rotate solar rays. Okay, copy, sounds good.
Зафиксировал кабель.
I have secured the cable inside the hook.
Кабельном держателе.
So I'm going to hold it on it.
Повтори, пожалуйста, Сергей. Была помеха связи.
Could you repeat the last? There was interference.
Кабель проложен в кабельных держателях.
The cable is routed in the through the cable holder. Okay, copy, thank you. We're going to start rotating the solar arrays. Please take a break at this time.
Again, the commanding by the Russian flight controllers and Korolyov to rotate the solar arrays on the Zvezda service module will place them in the correct orientation for the removal and ultimate jettisoning of the current high-speed data transmission hardware and the stanchion that it is mounted on. It is being replaced by a new system that will be installed a short time from now.
To the large diameter. Okay, copy. Sounds good. My proposal, Sergey, is going to be for you, Sergey, to go ahead first. And as you go, you're going to take photographs of plate number 20 and number 3. And Dmitry, when you're going to follow him, it's going to be lighter. There will be more light, and you can take a backup photograph of the same plates on your camera. Okay, sounds good.
The two cosmonauts at the 1 hour 19-minute mark in the spacewalk have released the older data telemetry system monoblock, as it is called. This is the system and its associated stanchion that it is mounted on. This will be jettisoned later in the spacewalk aft of the International Space Station's Russian segment.
Keep it in place, so then we can stand by.
The Russian flight controllers will be inhibiting thrusters on the Zvezda service module that will enable the two cosmonauts to go to the correct area on the service module itself for the jettisoning of equipment that will take place about an hour to an hour and a half from now.
So we're starting translation to the area of plane 2. Use the soft handrail and continue translation. Okay, sounds good.
И в районе, где Сергей сейчас находится, там у нас стоит блок Афара, там есть красно-белые поручни, просьба не...
In the area where Sergey is located, there are AFAR handrails. Please do not grab onto those handrails. Use the regular standard handrails. Okay, copy, sounds good.
Сергей, у тебя по пути сейчас еще будет мягкий поручень в сторону УРМД. Можно как раз с помощью него застраховаться, и тогда будет отличный доступ к 20-й плате.
Sergey, along the way you're going to have a handrail on the way to Orande. You can secure yourself to that handrail, and that will give you very good access to plate number 20. You can put the your permanent length tether, and keep the adjustable to yourself. Okay, I understand. The handrails are few and far between here.
Я нахожусь в районе якоря.
I'm in the vicinity of anchor. Okay, copy.
И вот как раз, видимо, в районе 20-й платы. Это 20-я плата как раз.
And you're going to get there to the vicinity of plate number 20. КПП 2?
Это 20-я плата, у нее...
Plate number 20.
Износилась.
It's plate number 20. 20 is just labeling has worn off. Oh, okay. I got it.
Разъем там 20-2.
And we need you to find the connector number 20-2, 20-2. Okay, copy 20-2.
Лирка 20-2 пустая.
I see Lirka 20-2 is the clip. The clip number 20-2 is empty. Oh, I see. We need the connector though. Oh, I see. The connector is in a different clip. Okay, you can move that connector to 20-2. Okay, copy. And also make sure that labeling is visible. Place it and then perform the removal.
Закончил съемку 20-й платы.
I completed taking the photographs of plate number 20. Copy, thank you. You can close the MLI flap. Closing. I am in the vicinity. Stand by one. Speaking simultaneously. Dmitry, will you be able to see plate number 20 from where you are located at this time? Plate number 20, 20, where Sergey is working at this time. What I'm saying is, it would be good if you could take a backup set of photographs. Well, I haven't reached it yet. Okay, well, you don't have to. You don't have to go there. You can go to plate number 3. I am currently translating. Sergey, could you check your HECA? We're not seeing the video. It has probably overheated. I have both LEDs on. Could you turn it off and turn it back on, please? I restarted it. Okay, copy, thank you. And I am going behind the anchor.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 30 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin continue to prepare for the releasing of a old data transmission system and its stanchion that it is mounted on after having disconnected and reconnected a number of cables that will be used for the installation and activation of a new high-speed data transmission system on the Zvezda service module. The crew is running about 20 minutes or so ahead of the timeline for the day, having started their spacewalk with the opening of the Poisk module hatch at 9:24 a.m. Central Time.
Третью плату ты прошел мимо, да?
Have you passed by plate 3?
Третья плата.
Plate 3?
Вот у меня сейчас передо мной ХПП 21.
ХПП number 21, number 3.
Третья плата, она прямо под тобой должна.
So plate number 3 should be immediately below.
И там два клапана.
And there are two MLI flaps on this from the left and from the right. We need КПП 3 and 2 AR.
3-2 AR.
3 and 2 AR.
3-2 AR.
3 dash 2 AR. AR.
Так, а у него надпись на кабеле, да?
Is the labeling on the cable itself?
Там и на кабеле, и
both on the cable and on the connector.
Просто я даже не знаю,
So I don't really know on which side, under which MLI flap that connector is located.
Здесь КФП 3-4, КФП 3.
КФП 3-4, 3-4, 3.
Не состыкованный?
Is that connector mated? It's not mated.
Хотя я точно сказать не могу сейчас.
I can't.
Состыкованы или нет, но
they're non-mated.
Как раз выясним.
But you can do it.
Я вижу 3.2 состыкованный.
I see 3-2 is mated, but what we need is 3-2 AR. So they're nearby.
Так, ФП-3, 2,
3-2 PR.
Это не он, да?
This is not it.
Еще раз.
Есть еще АР. Вот
It ends in AR, so I have half a P2 PR.
Нам нужен А.
I need the one that has A in it.
Принял.
Copy.
Так, 3А.
3A.
3А.
Half a P, 3A.
3-2. Так. Наверное, с другой стороны надо смотреть.
It's probably
Подожди, ты
on
посмотри,
the
который
other side.
3.3 состыкованный разъем.
Okay, let's follow the connector that says 3-3. Maybe it's in that vicinity.
2 ХФП третьих.
So half a P3, there's two of them, and two of HFP2.
Посмотри, который ХФП 3.3. Посмотри, какая ответственная часть к нему состыкована.
Please check what is the corresponding part on that one.
Три два, извиняюсь. 3.2.
I mean 3-2. I apologize. 3-2.
3-2, который, да?
Okay.
Да, он состыкован с ХФП.
Yes, it's mated to HFP3-2AR.
Принято. Тогда засними, пожалуйста, так, чтобы было видно маркировку.
Ну да, вот идет.
Can you please change its position so you can clearly see the labeling? Copy.
Ты не выключал, да, глиссер на этот момент?
And the glisser camera was on at the time. Yes, it was.
Принято.
Copy.
Спасибо. Ну, я думаю, этого достаточно.
I think that is sufficient.
Закрывай клапан и переходи на F-образное.
So you can finish with this connector, close the MLI flap, and proceed to the S handrail. Will do.
У нас, да, вот уже сейчас расцветает вовсю. И, Сергей, выключи, пожалуйста, глиссер.
Sergey, please check if you turned the glitter camera off. For now, OFF. It is off.
Sergei Prokopьев and Dmitry Petelin continuing to route and secure a number of cables for the installation upcoming of the new high-speed data transmission system on the Zvezda service module.
Thank you. This MLI is not really amenable.
Клапан ФП-3 закрыт.
FP3. The flap is closed. Copy.
И, по пути там, если есть кабельнодержатели, по-моему, на F-образных поручнях уже.
And there are some cable holders along the F-shaped handrails. Copy.
The International Space Station about to pass into an orbital sunrise over the Pacific Ocean. 1 hour, 42 minutes into the spacewalk, the cosmonauts continuing to make methodical progress as they make their way through a maze of cables and connectors that are being reconfigured on patch panels for a high-speed data transmission system to be installed a short time from now.
I think the one that's closer to your hand will be better. Copy?
Да.
Yes, please.
Кабельный держатель ослаблен.
Принято.
Here is the cable holder and I loosened it. Copy.
Моя в районе якоря.
I'm close
Принято, Дим.
to the foot restraint here.
Принято. Тогда, как договаривались, доходим до F-образных поручней.
As we agreed,
Оставляем.
we will go to the F-shaped handrails, leave the UKP there, secure it with ladders.
Освободив кабельные держатели, еще дальше там, по-моему, есть.
And you, Sergey,
Переходишь за сейсмопрогноз.
you will translate beyond seismoprognosis.
Да, вот здесь на этих поручнях.
And then you'll work with SVPI. Yes, that is correct.
Дальше он может и не понадобиться.
With all of the cables associated with this high-speed data transmission replacement having been secured and connected on the proper patch panel, the two cosmonauts will make their way over to what is called a monoblock or stanchion, upon which the seismoprognos experiment is mounted. This has measured over the course of a number of years seismic activity back on Earth for scientists to analyze back at the Russian Mission Control Center. This device will be removed and jettisoned as part of the first of 3 such jettisons of older equipment no longer needed for investigations on the International Space Station.
Cable should go towards the F-shaped handrails.
Потом, как говорится, расходится.
Yes.
Часть идет, я понял, часть идет наверх, это...
But here,
это...
one part goes up, and I think that's towards Icarus.
Так, ну я тогда оставляю на хранение вот этот.
Okay, I will store this block here on handrail 2621, 2617.
Где он не будет мешать, там и оставляйте.
Just leave it where it will not be in the way.
Мы получили добро демонтаж сейсмопрогнозов, так что по готовности.
We have a goal to dismantle the seismoprognosis, so when you are ready, you can start working on it. And if you need it, you may take a breather. Will do.
Сейчас как раз около сейсмопрогноза.
I'm close to seismoprognosis equipment now. Copy.
Я могу начать расстыковывать кабели.
I can start demating the cables.
Давай тогда распаковывай кабели.
Yes, you have a go
Подвязываем их
to
к кронштейну поручню.
demate the cable and then secure the cables to handrail brackets. Copy. Will do.
ХП-22-1.
ХП-22-1.
The two cosmonauts at the 1 hour 51-minute mark in today's spacewalk are in the process of securing the stanchion or monoblock that holds the seismoprognos seismic detection experiment, so that connectors that have held that experiment in place to provide data transmission of its results back to the ground, those connectors will be demated, and the experiment itself and its stanchion will be removed from its location on the Zvezda service module to be jettisoned during today's spacewalk.
Следующий кабель ХФП-22-2.
Next is HFP-22-2 connector. It's demated.
Эти разъемы, которые у тебя свободно остались на кабелях, их вытягивают в сторону агрегатного отсека и подвязывают проволочным фиксатором.
Remember to secure them to the cable holder bracket.
Мне кажется, уже стоит зафиксировать двумя карабинами, потому что кабель там почти...
OKP needs 2 tethers to secure it.
Принято.
Copy.
Да, зафиксировал.
Принято, спасибо. Ну и где-то в этом месте ее можно оставить, эту катушку нашу.
Leave it in this vicinity somewhere, as long as it's not close to Icarus. Copy.
Так. Ты уже сейсмопрогнозом, да, занялся? Ну да, я уже пока кабели.
So you are working on seismoprognosis already? Yes, I am. Working on the cables.
Дим, ты отдохни сейчас минутку.
Maybe you can take some rest for now.
Хорошо.
Before you proceed with demating. Will do.
По твоей готовности можно расстыковывать СВПИ разъемы.
And you may start on demating connectors on SVPE monoblock when you are ready. Copy. SVPE is next.
Сергей, я думал, ты в легкие уберешь.
TMTC. Да?
TMTC, это... TMTC это ближе в сторону первой плоскости, СУПИ надо.
And Sergey, about TMTC, you'll need to be closer to plane 1.
Основание, у которого левее. Сейчас уже правее. Да. В сторону второй плоскости, ближе.
Okay, and now you go closer to, in the direction of plane 2.
Гей, теперь, если прогноз надо застраховать, это часто было?
And now you secure.
Ты видишь, ты, значит, занимаешься, я сейсмопрогнозом. Вот TMTC.
Okay, so I'm working on seismoprognosis, and TMTC is close by.
Да, пытаюсь найти СПИ.
Ну смотри, вот балка переходная, которая у нас стоит на F-образных поручнях.
Okay,
там на нем, на этой балке, два
is,
моноблока, две антенны. Один блок TMTC, а второй это СВПИ.
There is TMTC here and SVPI.
Второй это СВПИ, собственно.
So if you found TMTC, then the second block is SVPI.
Ага, вот он как, значит, да?
Okay, now I understand.
Это чуть побольше просто он размером.
It's just slightly larger.
Ага, ясно.
Understood.
Моноблок СВПИ, да, вижу. Так, ладно, хорошо.
SVPI monoblock, I see it. And starting to demate its connectors.
Может быть, сейчас проволоку ты подвяжешь,
Сергей,
но с подвязкой кабеля повременить. Там еще от
you can use the wire ties now, but
у нас еще вот ставится моноблок ВПИ, чтобы не заградить ему.
we also need to think about SVPI block that we do not block access to it.
Принято, спасибо.
I understand what you're saying. So SVPI is...
низкочастотных и один высокочастотный, правильно?
So there are two low-frequency connectors and one high-frequency connector. That is correct. Altogether 3 connectors.
Разъем 49U H1
49U
можно передать в сторону Сергея.
Connector.
Он нам не потребуется.
Yes, it's demanded.
Остальные потребуются.
We will not need it later, but the rest we will need. Understood.
Так, ну, вот это, значит, не нужен. Вот.
So this one I will not need. Okay.
Эти два очень нужны.
And these two we will need.
XW3 нам потребуется.
Ага, принято. Так, H2 расстыковал.
H2 is demated now. So you will need XW3 for sure.
XW3.
Yes, XW3. It's here. I have it. And it's demated.
Так, ну я прихватил вот эти 3 кабеля, которые у нас. Потом мы их получше зафиксируем.
Это, ну, теперь
And
надо
I
застраховать.
secured these cables. I will secure them better later.
И откручивать замки.
Okay, and you may proceed to working on the locks. I copy.
ВКД 2 часа.
The PET is now 2 hours. Copy. The cables are free now.
Дим, ну тогда тебе тоже можно, в принципе, застраховать adjustable SLPI.
Dima, you may put the SVP on adjustable to secure it.
2 hours into today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev, the Expedition 69 commander, and Dmitry Petelin, the two cosmonauts are in the process of completing the disconnection of the seismoprognos experiment, a seismic detection experiment, and its stanchion that they'll be removing momentarily from the Zvezda service module to be jettisoned.
Okay, and I secured the monoblock with my adjustable tether, starting on the locks.
This experiment was installed all the way back during Expedition 38 on December 27th, 2013 by cosmonauts Oleg Kotov and Sergei Ryazanskiy. So after a run of almost 10 years, the seismic detection experiment has completed its work and will soon be removed and jettisoned.
And the same situation here with the adjustable tether. Copy. And now the locks. Lock 1 is now released. Copy. And this barber pole, do we leave it?
Палку переходную мы сдвигаем.
We move it to the right.
Она сейчас пока остается, после того, как мы освободим ее от TMTC и SVP, то застраховав, перенесем ближе к ПХО, на их обратную.
And then you secure it and transfer it closer to PHO.
Working about midway down the length of the Zvezda service module, Prokopiev and Patelin are completing work to remove the seismoprognos experiment, the seismic detection experiment, and its monoblock or stanchion upon which it was mounted during a spacewalk by Oleg Kotov and Sergei Ryazanskiy back on December 27th, 2013.
One lock is released. from SVP copy.
And a view of the cosmonauts working to remove the seismoprognos experiment from just behind the solar array, or one of the solar arrays on the Zvezda service module. Again, once detached, this experiment no longer providing data after almost 10 years of scientific investigations of seismic activity back on Earth. It will be jettisoned retrograde from the space station toward the aft end of the Zvezda service module on a trajectory that will ensure no potential for recontact with the orbital outpost.
You may stop here.
So, for the jettisoning, Sergey, all right, you position yourself against the velocity vector, and so you should be aiming 45 degrees away from SM module. All right, hold on, let me secure myself here first.
As the two cosmonauts position themselves in the right orientation for the jettisoning of the seismoprognos experiment, this is the view from Dmitry Petelin's helmet camera.
Dima can actually hold on to your back to make sure you're secure, just in case this is necessary. All right, I found a place to secure myself to and brace against. Okay, and I'm removing it, and I'm removing mine as well. Bring it up. Copy. All right, it's free. Copy. And jettisoning.
And there it goes.
It was a good, trusty.
Our ballistics officer here in Mission Control reports it was jettisoned in a good trajectory, well away from the station. No chance for recontact with the complex. So the seismic experiment that has spent almost a decade on the International Space Station is now on its own to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere.
Wave goodbye to it. Rest in peace. And we can, Sergey, you can wrap up photography, but please help as well with SVP monoblock as well. Will do.
That jettison occurred at about the 2-hour 9-minute mark into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts running about an hour and 20 minutes ahead of the timeline.
Expanded. All right, so when we are done with the scheduled imagery, we would not need to conserve the battery charge at all, and you will have a go to keep the cameras rolling as long as you need to or want to. Okay, and now we have a SVPI with the cables, everything secured. The second latch is left.
Next up for the cosmonauts will be the disconnecting of a number of connectors and the removal of a telemetry system monoblock that older telemetry equipment has been mounted on. That will be the second in the series of jettisons that is expected to occur sometime within the next 30 minutes or so.
So, for the window, you need to stick to the handrail that we recommend. Okay, definitely. All right, SVPI is secured to me. Okay, position yourself then. Get ready. And the jettisoning vector is going to be the same in the direction of the Earth's horizon.
The jettisoned item or items that just took place about 2.5 minutes ago were both the seismic detection experiment and a monoblock or stanchion upon which older data transmission system equipment was mounted on.
All right, I am ready. Okay. It's kind of heavy. And you can really feel the inertia. Over right there, right? Is that looking good? Yeah, well, check it. It should be 45 degrees. Okay. So I removed the safety tether. Okay.
Я снимаю.
Sergey, are you recording the video? I am. And jettisoning.
Following the jettisoning of the seismic experiment, Prokopiev now has jettisoned the monoblock or stanchion upon which it and telemetry equipment were mounted on.
It's kind of slower than the one before.
So this is the second of 3 planned jettisons.
It's like feeling the importance of its tasks and goals. Dignified.
Ребят, по вашей
Guys,
готовности можно приступать к работе с моноблоком TMTC.
when you are ready, you can start working with TMTC monoblock. You can disconnect the connectors, secure them to the handrails, and
Демонтируем 2 замка, снимаем.
when you are ready, remove 2 locks.
Хорошо.
Okay. TMTC? It's kind of tied in knots. Somebody really put their heart into all that.
So to recap here at the 2-hour, 15-minute mark in the spacewalk, Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin have
first connector should be
completed the acquisition of a number of photos of the exterior of the Zvezda service module and a gamma ray particle detection experiment. They removed and jettisoned the seismoprognos seismic detection science experiment that had been on the International Space Station's Russian segment for almost 10 years, and then jettisoned the high-speed data transmission system stanchion upon which that hardware had been mounted. 2 jettisons complete, 1 to go. That will be the stanchion upon which other telemetry equipment is installed as the 2 cosmonauts continue to work well ahead of their timeline.
All right.
застраховать просто.
Securing it?
Давай я кину.
Or do you want to do that? Well, I can do that.
Там ближе.
It's a little bit closer.
Она еще здесь на фале застрахована.
And it is secured to the tether.
Наверное, пока не...
To the with the tether.
Тогда фал заберем с собой.
Well, then you should take that tether with you. Oh, no, no. No. We're leaving it there. Okay. Have you removed the safety there? Right, it is secured. Opening up the locks.
Что там? Его замок. Все готово.
What's up? Yeah. Check the lock. Yeah, these are a little bit easier to work with wing nuts.
Ага, есть, свободно. У меня в руках.
All right, you got it? Yes.
Фал ты уже снял, да? Фал, да, уже снял.
And you removed it, right? Yes, I have. Unintelligible.
Ты можешь поправить, пожалуйста, свою нашлемную камеру?
Could you please adjust your helmet camera so that it's a little bit more to the left? Who are you talking to?
Дим, тебе.
That's for you, Dmitry. This is for you. Okay, me. Okay.
Нашлемная камера. Как это снять?
Right, my helmet camera.
Чуть влево.
A little bit to the left, right? Closer towards me, right? Yes.
Вот так вот.
Well, how about now? That's good, thank you. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 21 minutes into the spacewalk. A good view of Sergei Prokopiev, the Expedition 69 commander, from the helmet camera of his spacewalking partner, Dmitry Petelin. He has removed the monoblock or stanchion holding telemetry equipment and is preparing to move into a position for the third and final jettisoning of items no longer needed on the station. The first item was a seismic detection experiment. The second of the jettisons involved a high-speed telemetry monoblock or stanchion. The crew will be installing a brand new high-speed telemetry system a short time from now. The seismic experiment that was sent overboard by Prokopiev a short time ago, about 13 minutes ago, had initially been installed on the station in December of 2013 during a spacewalk on the Expedition 38 increment by Oleg Kotov and Sergei Rozansky.
Okay. I am freeing it up. Okay.
And there is the third of the three jettisons planned during the spacewalk. The telemetry monoblock on its way. That concludes the jettison portion of today's spacewalk by Prokopiev and Petelin. He's waving a goodbye to that item. As it fades from view, it will burn up in the Earth's atmosphere, posing no chance for recontact to the International Space Station. Running well ahead of the timeline, the two cosmonauts that you see here in the field of view will be moving to another area on the main hull of the Zvezda service module to remove another experiment called the impact experiment that has been involved in the collection of data on the impact of micrometeoroid debris hits on the Russian segment of the station over the course of a number of years, and they'll be taking photos of the plume deflectors on the thrusters of the Zvezda service module.
Дима, можешь, пожалуйста, поснимать вот с этого ракурса
Дима, from your angle, could you please take pictures of the handrails of the SM?
Да.
Okay.
This view of Dmitry Petelin in the fifth spacewalk of his career, Sergei Prokopiev well into the seventh spacewalk in his career.
Will do.
По вашей готовности.
Right, on your go.
Приступить к переносу балки переходной. То есть сейчас подъем сделаем.
You can start with the relocation of the adapter beam.
Хорошо.
Okay, sounds good.
Так, ну вот я такие.
Okay, so I've got the connectors and the cable from TMTC in the cable holder. Okay. Well, they are right in the VPI monoblock area. So I think we're going to finally secure them later. Okay, we now need to move the two. Well, first of all, you have to secure the adapter beam and then move over the bracket and then install to the handrails as close as you can to PHO. All right, I am secured to the ring. Copy. So we need to remove it completely. Okay. You just need to remove it so you can throw it over the bracket, or just like throw it over the bracket. Okay, well, I have freed it up on my end. Copy. There should be a ring, right? Yes, on that side. Okay, the cables, let me gather them up. All right. All right. And the second one, does it get through there? If you want, you can hold down the cable. Maybe you should go from above. Not to crowd the rails, the handrails. So that, like, make sure that the cable is not too close. Well, Artyom. I think it's pretty good, just like that. I think it's looking pretty good. And the distance here, or the gap here, is more than 3-5 centimeters, so it's just fine. And there are plenty of handrails here, and there shouldn't be any issues with them.
Затягиваем ключом, да?
And you want us to use the wrench to tighten it, right? Yes, please.
Полоборота.
Half a turn. Okay. Let me tighten it on my side. Half a turn. Done. All right, I am removing the safety tether. Well, that's much cleaner now. What did you say?
Чисто стало, говорю, здесь. Хорошо.
Looks really nice here. Nothing, no clutter or anything. Pretty empty handrails. Okay, well, wanted to let you know that we're going to go LOS for about 10-12 minutes. So please report what you do, provide a running commentary, and start getting ready for the installation of the VPI monoblock. Okay, sounds good. Do you have any recommendations? 25, 24. Is that 25, 24? And 25, 17. Okay, we see that.
Маркировка видна, да?
So you can read what it says, correct? Yes. The markings are identifiable. Well, we can even see half of the USOS. Pretty visible and pretty clearly. Well, it is sunset for us. Copy. You're going to go into orbital night in 20 seconds. Okay. We'll probably need to turn on our headlights. Correction, helmet lights. Okay, I got it.
We need to secure it.
Глубину или наоборот увеличить?
Should we move it deeper?
Так, есть максимум. Так, ну вроде бы получается.
I think it is working.
Сориентировать это, да?
So we need to position it.
Замок на 27, да?
So one walk here, then we can move it this way.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 37 minutes into today's spacewalk. Prokopiev and Petelin are installing a monoblock for high-speed telemetry equipment on the Zvezda service module. This coming after the removal and jettisoning of other stanchion equipment and a seismic detection experiment that occurred about 35 minutes or so ago. That all went fine, and our ballistics officers here in Mission Control report that those objects that were jettisoned were done so in the right trajectory and will not pose any recontact problem for the International Space Station as had been planned.
Simultaneously. One by one. What about the other side? Yes, that is that age. Okay. Copy. Then you can do first secure it manually. Okay, I was able to just hand tighten. And what about on this side? No, I didn't do it on this side.
Через минуту,
Sergey,
возможно, будет прерывание связи на минуту
for
другую.
about 1 minute, there might be a calm interruption.
Two hours, 42 minutes into today's spacewalk, Prokopiev and Patelin continue to work to remove a stanchion and to reinstall that stanchion on another area of the Zvezda service module, upon which high-speed data telemetry equipment will be installed. Everything continuing to go well and well ahead of the timeline for today's spacewalk that is designed to remove old investigative experiment equipment from the hull of the Zvezda service module and to take a number of engineering photos of thruster areas and antenna areas of the Zvezda service module, which is approaching the 23rd anniversary of its existence on board the International Space Station, having launched in July of 2000. We'll be reacquiring communications with the International Space Station in just a few moments, passing in between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system.
Снова появилась связь.
So we now have calm.
Да, мы на связи.
Yes,
Два замка.
we have calm. So 2 locks out of 3 are installed. So you got the third one? Yes, it's all done.
Замки закручены.
So the
Принято. Замки закручены.
locks are secured and tightened with a wrench. Yes, tightened with a wrench.
Да, принято. Давайте
Okay.
возвращаемся к
Copy.
КПП, извлекаем кабель.
Well, let's you guys go to KPP and finalize the activity with the cable.
Да.
Okay, copy. So should I secure it to crew bag?
Потом. Сейчас камеру делаю.
Or can we do it later? Let's do it later.
Осторожнее ногами, там у тебя сзади кожа.
Be careful with the cover.
Снова появилась видеокартинка.
Speaking simultaneously.
Картинка хорошо. Кабель извлечен из КП. Вот он пишет проволочными фиксаторами.
So we can probably use wire ties here.
Есть.
Yes, we can.
Там хватает. Где там разъем, видишь?
Is it long enough? Do you see the connector?
Не хватает. Длинная. Есть, все хорошо.
Yes, I think everything is fine.
Так, готов к стыковке кабелей.
I am ready to make the cables. Copy.
Сейчас ожидайте.
Stand by one now.
Добро. Сергей, приступай к стыковке кабелей. Диктуй, какой разъем, с каким стыкуешь.
Connect inaudible. Make the connector RPPR1. I have it in my hands. To PR1. There are two connectors here. I have PPR1 connector in my hands. Copy. I have PPR1 in my hands. I remove the caps. I confirm it has been attached. Copy. Should I take a photograph first? First, made all the connectors, all four connectors should be mated first. Then you can take a photograph, and then you can close them. And labeling. Two connectors, inaudible loud echo. Copy. PPR2. Okay, copy PPR2.
Принято.
Copy. PPR2. To PPR2. So I rotated that and closed it.
Принято. Разъем ХФПР-2
PPR2 connector is mated.
Контроль Стыковки подтвержден на обоих разъемах.
Monitor that both connectors are fully mated. So are you receiving a signal of sorts on the ground?
Сергей,
Next cable.
приступаем дальше.
Start.
UH2 и XW3.
XW3.
Это которая это СФИ, да?
Ага. Да, именно так, это СФИ.
Итак, смотрим маркировку.
Looking at the labeling of 49X2.
Принято.
Copy.
49 UH2.
4952.
49 UH2.
49 UH2.
Одноименные.
Something that's labeled similarly.
Так, есть проворот. Фиксирую.
So we can turn it.
Принято. 40U.
40U, copy.
Расстыкован.
Okay, it's demated.
Контроль стыковки пройден.
Okay. We have confirmed the process. Inaudible. From the antenna side.
Три, 0.
30
Равно А2
U equal
W3.
A2-XW3. Sergey, there was a comm dropout. XW3.
Высокочастотный куешь.
XW3 со стороны антенны.
XW3 from the antenna side. Well, here labeling is not very visible. Look at the old labeling.
А на самом металлическом корпусе?
What about the metal housing itself? There's 90 at the very end.
8549A, дефис 90.
549A and dash 90. X. At the very end of the label is legible, at the very beginning is not. I am performing mating. XW3 is mated. Okay, copy, then secured in the Lirka clip and move on to the next connector. Copy. The connector is secured in the Lyrka clip. Copy. I have a question about protective housing. What about your opinion? If we remove them now, will it be safe to translate past it? We're not going to snag onto anything or kick anything by accident? We shouldn't be really catching on anything here. It's not very convenient translating along that side anyway. Then we're not going to leave housing for a later time, and we can remove them now. I'm going to close MLI. So you're closing MLI flaps. Yes, closing the flaps. And what is turned off? Yes, glycer is currently off. Copy. Copy. My recommendation about subsequent steps is as follows. You have been on EVA for 3 hours exactly. You can take a break right now. When you're ready, you can remove crew look back and translate and move it in the direction of PKO. Where VKP is located, then you're going to take the container and protective lid from the crew bag, and then you're going to remove the protective housing and secure it in the area of UKP. Copy. Sounds good. And until the eclipse, we have 9 minutes, so you have a 5-minute break now. Copy. Right.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 1 minute into today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin, the 266th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades. The two cosmonauts working very efficiently outside in the area of the Zvezda service module are wrapping up work with the installation of a stanchion, or a monoblock as it is called, upon which high-speed telemetry equipment will be installed. They have completed all 3 planned jettisons during the spacewalk. of a seismic detection experiment and 2 other stanchions upon which other equipment had been mounted. The 2 cosmonauts, running about an hour ahead on their timeline, will take a brief pause to catch their breath before moving to a series of thrusters at the aft end of the service module for a bit of photography of what are called plume deflectors on those thrusters to see how they have fared over the course of time. The Zvezda service module approaching the 23rd anniversary of its time on orbit following its launch on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan in July of 2000.
Ребят, 5 минут прошло, как ваше самочувствие?
5 minutes have elapsed. How are you doing?
Отлично.
We're feeling great. We're ready to work.
Лучше не бывает.
No, can't be better. Copy.
Меньше 5 минут.
We have less than 5 minutes until the end of eclipse, and let's proceed for the plan.
Артем, и вот оставшиеся незафиксированные
Артем,
кабели, я тоже думаю сейчас сделать.
we have some unsecured cables. We need to attach them. Okay, go ahead and secure them.
Фалы с подтягом от блока ПИ мы с собой забираем, да?
So we're going to take this block with us, correct?
Фал, который был на TMTC, мы оставляем на F-образных поручнях, и, может быть, его немножко растянуть. Заносить внутрь его нельзя. Он там очень долго на грязном отсеке снаружи находится.
Cable, you cannot take it inside the station. It stays too long outside the station. Probably too contaminated. Understood? Crew log bag is secured. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. To recap activities so far associated with this Russian spacewalk by Sergei Prokopьев and Dmitry Petelin. The two cosmonauts opened the hatch to the Poisk module at 9:24 a.m. Central Time to begin the 9th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year. This is the 7th spacewalk for Prokopьев in his career, the 5th for Petelin. The two cosmonauts, working with great efficiency, were able to remove several different experiment packages, including a seismic experiment that had been installed on the station almost 10 years ago by Oleg Kotov and Sergei Ryazanskiy during Expedition 38. They proceeded to jettison that seismic experiment and two of the stanchions upon which other equipment had been mounted, a total of 3 jettisons in all. That all went by the book, and the ballistics officer in Mission Control reported good trajectory on all 3 jettisons, with no chance that any of those items would recontact the International Space Station. The two cosmonauts have just concluded the installation of another stanchion on handrails on the Zvezda service module, upon which other telemetry equipment will be installed a bit later in today's spacewalk. They are going to be pressing ahead to begin photo documentation of plume deflectors at the aft end of the service module, upon which the service module thrusters are located, for engineering analysis on the ground, and the removal of other experiment containers that have been housed over the course of a number of years to measure gamma ray detection activities, biological samples, and material science experiments, all of which have been mounted on the outside of the Zvezda service module. They also plan to take photos of the Lyra high data rate antenna at the aft end of the service module and other areas right around the docking port at the aft end of the Zvezda service module, which currently is housing the ISS Progress 83 cargo ship.
1 and 2 to crew log bag. Okay, you can release it from the inside. Separately here, yes. Cover is going here. Yes. Cover separately. Okay, I can take care of this. Cover is secured.
Все передачи, да?
You're handing me the cover. Yes.
Горит так, мигает. Наши укладочки прям движения. Да. Одна прям ярко-ярко. На закатном солнце как будто...
Lots of illumination. Very bright.
Да, да, да. А, все видно, да.
You mean the antennas? Yes. Very bright.
Интересно.
Curious, very curious. Okay, I'm taking it. Artyom, shall we leave for log bag? Okay, I'm taking it. Yes, leave the crew log bag. Copy. Right here, yes. Okay, one more. This you can attach to CPU tool carrier. Copy.
где кабель лежал, там по нему можно.
And just take care of this cable.
Пробуем включать.
Do I need to turn on? Oh, inaudible.
A good view of Dmitry Petelin working near the aft end of the Zvezda service module, 3 hours, 18 minutes into today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts are securing some of the shrouds for the stanchion upon which the newly installed stanchion or monoblock for telemetry equipment was just completed. The two cosmonauts will be moving to begin the removal of a tray of experiments for what is known as the impact experiment that measures micrometeoroid debris hits on the Russian segment of the station, as well as photography that they will conduct of the plume deflectors at the very back of the service module that house the thrusters for the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Okay, you can attach.
Камеру включу на время снятия кожухов.
I will turn on the camera as I am removing the shrouds.
Следующий шаг у нас будет после того, как снимем кожухи.
Yes.
И Дима их в сторону КП будет относить. Я хотел попросить тебя, Сергей, заснять всю обстановку на
You are proceeding and going towards UKP. Dima, I wanted to ask you to take a detailed video, if possible.
Прерывание немножко тебя слышно, Артем?
Artem, repeat, please.
Да, сейчас снимай, как снимать кожухи, и после
You remove the shrouds.
на F-образных поручнях заснять надо.
And then please take a video of everything around the F-shaped handrails.
Ты в этот момент убирай в УКП.
And Dima, you'll be working on UKP at that time. Understood. Will do. Now working on the wire ties.
The two cosmonauts checking out the protective shrouds around the newly installed stanchion for telemetry equipment on the Zvezda service module.
Removing the shroud now on my side. I got it. Removing shroud number 2. Yes, I can see.
Далеко не отворачивайся, сейчас, наверное, может сразу два их крутить.
Do not move it too far away. Maybe we can just tie them together. And put in UKP.
Андрей, можешь, пожалуйста, с разных ракурсов немножко снять вот эти F-образные поручни?
Please take a video of
И можно
the F-shaped handrails
по первой плоскости.
and around them, and also КПУ along plane 1. Some video, please.
Так, есть.
I got it.
Вторую заберешь? Да?
Will you take the second one? Yes.
Угу. Взял. Так, расфиксировался.
Okay, this is released.
У иллюминатора. Че, Андрея видно?
Andrei may be looking at us right now. We're by the window.
На УКП.
Both routes are on UKP.
Поможешь, пожалуйста, свою ERC проверить?
Can you please check your ERCA?
Дим, тебе...
Dim, that's for you. Can you please check your ERCA? ERCA or HECA? ERCA.
РК.
Okay, checking my ERCA. The LED is not illuminated. Would you like for me to turn it on? Yes, please.
По-моему, не включается.
It doesn't seem to be turning on.
Ну, по вашей готовности мы можем приступать к переходу ГЗУ по первой плоскости.
On your go, you may proceed to the plume deflectors, ГЗУ.
Потом не стали оставлять. Так что можно приступать к переходу.
I think this is a logical way for you to proceed now with the translation to impact and plume deflectors, ГЗУ.
Сергей, гермоконтейнер наблюдаю на тебе, а крышка защитная.
Sergey, we can see the airtight container. But where is the cover? The cover is inside the airtight container still, because it was supposed to be separate.
Нет.
Copy.
Approaching the 3.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk, the International Space Station, flying over Vancouver, British Columbia, moving from northwest to southeast on a pass that will take the complex and the Expedition 69 crew across the heartland of America. The two cosmonauts have completed the installation of protective shrouds along a stanchion that telemetry equipment will be installed on, and now will make their way back to the aft end of the service module to take pictures of plume deflectors on the thrusters of the Zvezda service module, as well as to remove a tray of experiments from what is called the impact experiment, that has measured over a number of years the number of impacts from micrometeoroid debris particles and what effect engineering-wise they may have had on the structure of the International Space Station.
There was a short LOS. No, I was saying, when we secure the impact to
около ГЗУ, так чтобы
the edge of the SM the head was closer to the plume deflector, ГЗУ. I think this is how I will do it also. Copy. My feet are on the side of the vehicle. And there are no handrails on the edge, correct? Oh, I can see handrail 2713. Copy. Okay, I will start working on the impact hardware. And you can take a video around the plume deflectors and around SM after. So you may start on that. Copy. Will do.
Выглядит как плохо помытая сковородка, конечно.
It looks like a dirty frying pan.
Давно не мыто.
Well, it hasn't been washed for quite some time.
Принято.
Somebody made some good fries in it.
Достал защитную крышку от импакта.
Well, I retrieved the projective cover that belongs to the impact hardware. Yes, so we copy.
Да, надевай на планшет.
Okay, you can attach the hook to the tray. Stand by. I'm attaching.
Дим, сюжеты, я напомню, нам нужно ближние ракурсы
We need the plume deflector,
ГЗУ и по тангажу, и,
both of them,
соответственно, по крену.
following the roll direction, and on the lower part of plume deflectors first.
Был короткий перерыв связи.
We had a short break in comm. Yes, indeed. We understand.
Да, по поводу сюжетов, да, ГЗУ. Причем с двух сторон желательно. Ну, может быть, если ты сейчас с той стороны...
So the plume deflectors, please try to take video from both sides.
Сергей, ты подснимешь тогда. А также...
3 hours, 34 minutes into today's spacewalk, Prokopiev and Patelin have made their way to the aft end of the Zvezda service module, where they will conduct photographic documentation of these plume deflectors for the thrusters on Zvezda that have been operating now for more than 2 decades as the centerpiece for the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Notable numbers for SM aft video script directions.
Sergey, and now, before you're going to be removing the container, could you please secure it with the adjustable and leave the red on the cover? Okay, sounds good.
After conducting their photographic documentation of these plume deflectors on the thrusters of the Zvezda service module, the 2 cosmonauts will be removing 1 tray of experiments from what is called the impact space experiment that has measured micrometeoroid debris hits on the Russian segment of the station for a number of years. They will also be removing one of the containers from what is known as the SKK, or cassette container, from the service module that has contained material science samples collecting data over a number of years. They will also be taking photos of the antenna boom upon which the Lyra high data rate antenna is attached at the very aft of the service module, near the docking port to which the ISS Progress 83 cargo ship is attached.
Right. You follow these circular handrails. And when you're there, that's when you can look at the SM aft. Well, I tried, but not with much success. And you can, unintelligible, secure it there. Artyom, it is secured. Okay? Okay, got it. Removed it. Removed the impact.
Тогда
Payload.
переходи к СКК.
Okay, now you can start translating to SKK. Okay?
Running about an hour ahead of the timeline, the cosmonauts have removed one of the sample trays from the impact space experiment. Now we'll move along to do the same for a cassette container from a material science experiment that is located nearby.
All right, stand by a second. All right, maybe I should take a few images here in this location. Yes, Sergey, if you can, from this direction. Just be a little bit more attentive to the plume deflectors.
Я понимаю, но...
Я тоже, да, понимаю, просто, такая зона напряженная.
I understand. Yes, we get it. It's not a very easy area to work. It's kind of moving. Sergey?
Получается, где-то в районе СКК, да?
So, you are somewhere around SKK cassette container, right?
Вот, наблюдаем.
Yes, okay, now we see the target. And right after the target, that's where you want to be.
Но за мишень нельзя браться.
Please don't touch the target, though, just like at all. Do not touch it. Well, I'm looking for the best path here.
Не торопись, место сложное.
Well, no rush here. We know it's a complex and challenging area to work in. All right, I am behind the antenna. Copy. Okay, it's behind the target. And I see impact experiment and SKK container. Okay, I got caught a little bit here. We see SKK cassettes. So be very careful. Do not try not to touch the progress vehicle. Copy.
The two cosmonauts are carefully making their way at the aft end of the Zvezda service module, to which the ISS Progress 83 cargo ship is docked, as they traverse toward a package of experiments, of material science experiments that have been exposed to the elements of low Earth orbit for a number of years. There is a good view of that Progress cargo vehicle. That particular Progress is scheduled to depart the International Space Station in about 2 months, having completed its supply mission to the complex.
Dmitry, how do you copy? We're here. Copy. So for SKK, Sergey, will you be able to work there? I haven't gotten that far yet. Copy. So I have a suggestion. It's not, so you have 19 minutes till orbital night. So, and one of your translation paths is not going to leave you much time. So, Icon will be first. And maybe you can translate a little bit further. And then you will be able to start the imagery and the rotation. And if possible, please do not touch neither the target nor the antenna with your hands. Okay. And Sergey, about SKK, what do you think? Will you be able to work with the cassette holder without touching the Progress? Well, I'm pretty much in front of it, and I'm not touching anything. So then that's good news. Let's work with it. And do you want us to work with Econ? No, with correction. Do you want us to work with unintelligible? No, you will continue working with the SKK cassette container.
And that reference to the SKK experiment container is to the material science experiment that is housed on the exterior of the Zvezda service module that will be removed with this investigations having been completed.
Можно приступать к работе с СКК.
Sergey, you can start your operations with SKK.
Ты уже страхуешь.
And we see that you are securing it already. And my red goes to SKK. And the part that stays all right, I freed up. And I am opening the clip, and now I'm taking the tablet platform.
Cosmonauts are now in the process of removing the sample tray from the SKK experiment, this cassette container of material science investigations.
Position. And for the pressurized container, you need to make sure that the wire tie frame is in correct position, and then you will have to take out the internal part and then remove the safety. Copy. All right, the top part is free. Right, there is no handrail to follow easily there. And Dima, what's the distance? I see it. I either have to hop over Sergey. Is he secured? I am secured. I can, let me just like move a little bit back and forth, and I can get over you. All right, the opening is closed. Well, I am nearby.
Закончил.
I am done.
Внутреннюю горловину.
So, Artyom, do you want me to secure?
Закончил с внутренней горловиной.
To secure the internal and close out the internal circumference?
И по поручням, вот по своим поручням на торце,
and then
в сторону штанги оны.
Following the handrails, move towards the boom.
Расположился в районе оны.
Какое у вас расстояние примерно до оны? Вы ее наблюдаете?
Positioned myself around Ona antenna boom. Well, what's the distance to it?
Визуальный осмотр.
Unintelligible. Perform visual inspection
посторонние элементы.
If there are any FOD items, any loose wire ties or anything. Well, it's really hard to tell right now. We need to stand by till we get out, because right now I have the sun hitting me straight in the face.
Ну, тогда включайте глиссеры.
All right, then turn on your glisser cameras once you're ready.
Начинаем видеосъемку.
And start video recording, and once you do that, we will start the rotation. I'm not ready yet.
The two cosmonauts are in the process of wrapping up the removal of a tray of experiments from the impact and material science experiment containers. That's all complete. They're in the process of continuing to take photos of the aft end of the Zvezda service module and are about to take photos of the interface of a boom that holds the Lyra antenna, the high data rate and high telemetry television antenna at the aft end of the Zvezda service module. As we approach the 4-hour mark in the spacewalk, the crew continuing to run about an hour ahead of the timeline.
And please take pictures and video on from as many angles as possible. And then you start the rotation and record how the rotation is happening. Okay, are you ready? I am. Me too. And when the rotation starts, make sure you are holding as tight and without any extra movement as possible. Rotation is about to start. We are ready. Сергей,
на предмет посторонних каких-то элементов.
What about FOD items or any loose items? Have you inspected it as well? We have, and we confirm that rotation has started. We're asking because, and we're asking about FOD or any loose items, anything strange there, because Dima said that he could not see it clearly because of the sun. Well, are you seeing anything strange? No, not as of right now, and the rotation is very smooth. Copy. All right. PT is 4 hours exact sharp. Okay? Well, if we spend another 3 hours just cleaning the windows, that's going to be just fine. All right, the rotation continues. Copy.
Шесть минут у нас наступит тень.
Да, вот у меня уже тут тень от корабля.
So 6 minutes till orbital night. Copy. And I see that the shadow of the progress vehicle is increasing. So we are ready.
У нас начнется вращение в обратную сторону.
All right, the rotation in the other direction is about to start. We see that.
Принято.
Copy.
Пойдет в обратную, да.
And it's about to start moving.
Есть вращение.
We confirm rotation. Copy.
Just over 4 hours into the spacewalk by Prokopiev and Petelin, the cosmonauts taking high-resolution imagery of the boom upon which the Lyra high data rate antenna at the aft end of the Zvezda service module resides.
Under your left hand, there is some sort of a ribbon. Yes. There is a ribbon that is holding the MLI together. Well, and it's torn, I think. Well, one end is longer than the other. We can only see it under the lights when we shine the light on it. Can you take a detailed image of this ribbon, please?
Ребят, у нас через 2,5-3 минуты.
Guys, in about 2.5 or 3 minutes, there's going to be an LOS for about 10 minutes.
Появляться будет связь, но она в целом не
There will be a Redicom only, and we're not going to have CSS coverage during that time frame, so there will be an independent time frame, so to speak. And so right now you're going to complete your video recording and start translating back along the handrails. Try to follow the same path, translation path that you used to arrive here. I think when you get to the last handrail, that combo will be available. But when you get to the last handrail, please stand by and wait for my go. Okay, copy all. Okay, we're going to wrap up our video recording. Wrap up the recording using Glisser. That will. Well, we're not going to take the video of the rest of the parts at the edge. What you have not taken a video of. So along plane 4 until number 1, until plane 1, finish up with the video recording. Also add it to the recording objects. Okay, we'll try. Speaking simultaneously. So we're going. We're ahead of the timeline. So we're going to. If we don't spend too much time on that end, then we should be fine. Okay, sounds good. Should we wait for the insulated part of the orbit to take a video? Well, we're not going to be able to clean the window if you wait for the insulated part of the orbit. And we're actually, any second now, we're going to end up without any calm. Okay, I understand. Okay, we're going to take a video as we go. As you're translating along the path, walking by, do additional video recording. Don't spend too much time on it. Use GoPro. It should be sufficient. The video isn't too bad, so that there should be enough lighting for that. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so start translating. Okay, copy. I'm also going to take another video on top of the high gain antenna, Ona. And then you go ahead and start translating and I will follow. Okay, sounds good.
The instructions from Russian flight controllers to Prokopiev and Petelin as they wrap up the documentation of the antenna boom upon which the Lyra high gain transmission and telemetry antenna resides at the aft end of the Zvezda service module. That documentation has now been completed, and the two cosmonauts will start to make their way back from the aft end of the service module toward the forward end of the service module in the Russian segment of the space station, carrying the materials science cassette container and the impact experiment sample container back to the Poisk airlock with them. We're 4 hours, 13 minutes into today's spacewalk. Everything has gone ahead of the timeline, with all of the objectives so far having been accomplished.
There's right now this particular ribbon is broken. It used to cinch up the MLI. So right now we stopped the high gain antenna rotation. So you need to go and start translating away from that location. Okay, copy, and we're going to take video as we go along the translation path. Thank you. Copy. Dmitry, are you going to start translating above, or are you going to be translating along my handrails? Yes, I'm going to translate over here on top.
During the course of today's spacewalk, the two cosmonauts jettisoned a decade-old seismic detection experiment called seismoprognos, as well as two stanchions that held telemetry equipment. One more jettison is planned, that of several towels that could occur within the next few minutes. That will wrap up all of the jettison work during the course of this spacewalk. The 266th in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, and the 9th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year. And we've gone into a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system for about 8 to 9 minutes or so. Just to recap, 4 hours, 18 minutes into the spacewalk, Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin have been able to remove a number of scientific investigations bolted to the hull and handrails of the Zvezda service module, as well as the installation of high data rate transmission hardware for future use. With all of the activities associated with this spacewalk having gone well so far, the two cosmonauts are making their way back from the aft end of the service module, where they took engineering photography and high digital imagery of the boom upon which the Lyra high data rate antenna is mounted at the very aft end of the service module, as well as photography of plume detectors for the thrusters on the aft end of the service module that provide propulsive capability for the International Space Station. Again, we're in a period of loss of communications from the International Space Station. We'll reacquire communications and a downlink TV capability just a few minutes from now. As today's spacewalk continues, Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin making their way back from the aft end of the Zvezda service module to the forward end of the service module to take up the remaining activities for today's excursion, which will be the stowage of experiments in containers that will be brought back inside the International Space Station, and one final task, the removal of a biological sample container for an experiment called BioRisk that is located near the hatch to the Poisk module airlock. And as we approach the 4.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk, we're standing by for the reacquisition of signal on our tracking and data relay satellite system, continuing our coverage of Russian spacewalk 59, the 266th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades.
Дмитрий, как меня слышно?
Dmitry, how do you hear me? We read you loud and clear.
Все, перерыв связи закончился.
The LOS is over. How are you doing? What stage are you at? We are on different handrails.
F-образных поручнях подходит. Понял. Дима, ты?
I think we're on the circular handrails. I am near УКП, крылок back.
Принято.
Copy.
Принято. Ну, мы идем с небольшим опережением.
Well, we're a little bit ahead of the timeline.
Приступать будем к очистке иллюминатора.
Okay, let's start cleaning the window.
Соответственно,
So accordingly,
что нам надо сделать?
what you need to
Надо
do,
застраховать на
you need to
small на свой приспособление.
you need to secure small edge and take it out on your
На поручнях
waist-edger, and then you need to hold on with one hand on ORMD handrail, and then reach out, and the same way as we discussed it, one of you is going to hold on to ORMD, clean the window with the other hand, and the second EV crew member is going to hold on to the first crew member's back. So who has longer arms? What do you think? Then one of you who has longer arms should be the one cleaning the window. Well, who has longer arms? I wanted to ask something. It's kind of dark. We're not going to have an insulated part of the orbit for 14 minutes. By the time you arrive there, it should be light. You need to position yourself, take photographs of the window before and after. Okay, understand.
У нас также появилась видеокартинка.
We also have the video. Okay, sounds good. So I need to secure myself. Inaudible.
4.5 hours into the spacewalk, Prokopiev and Patelin now are working on what amounts to a get-ahead task, the cleaning of the external surface of one of the Zvezda service module windows.
So should we put it car in the crew bag. Let's not put it in the crew bag.
Может быть, к УКП.
So leave it on УКП.
Все на УКП.
Okay, everything. Leave everything on УКП.
Так, расфиксировал устройство для чистки.
I have released for the cleaning. Copy.
Once the cleaning of the external surface of this service module window is complete, the two cosmonauts will perform a visual inspection of their respective spacesuits, and they'll wipe their gloves and other equipment that they've been working with towels. They plan to jettison those towels at some point here in the next few minutes, and that will put them in the home stretch of today's activities, with one more task to be completed, that the removal of a biological sample experiment package near the hatch to the Poisk module airlock.
So we're going to translate their together. I removed the item into the УКП.
Так, Дима, осторожно, ты сейчас прям под Икарусом.
Be careful. Go to the edge so you don't snag onto your cars. Make sure you fit through.
All right, so I'm trying to get through, right? All right. This is how we got here. All right, so move further, right? I think we'll fit. But the backpack is too fat. Let me try. Maybe we'll get through. For now, you are fitting through. All right, let's try.
Можешь, пожалуйста, за разные поручни зафиксировать карабины?
So, could you please secure yourself to different handrails? Of course. All right, that's a circular handrail. Unintelligible. Not a very well-designed structure. They didn't think about the cosmonauts. Is Andrei there anywhere? Andrei, do you hear us? Hold on, let us get Andrei over. Yeah, because we are pretty close to our target. Get to the left window. Oh, less than 3 minutes to the installation. Copy.
The reference to the 3 minutes until installation refers to orbital sunrise for the International Space Station and the Expedition 69 crew as the work continues outside by Prokopiev and Patelin. At this point, the cosmonauts removed a seismic detection experiment from the Zvezda service module that had operated for almost a decade outside. They jettisoned that equipment along with a stanchion. Also removed 2 other stanchions that telemetry equipment were mounted on, and installed a high data transmission radio hardware package to improve the rate of transmission of telemetry and other data associated with experiments on the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do anything. Dima, could you help Sergey grab his tether? Hold on. Take that and lower it. Are you lowering it?
The two cosmonauts also removed experiment trays from a micrometeoroid debris impact experiment and a material science sample experiment package, and took detailed photography at the aft end of the Zvezda service module of a number of components, including plume deflectors for the thrusters at the aft end of the service module, as well as the antenna boom on which the Lyra high data rate antenna is mounted.
Unintelligible.
Чуть ниже спускайся, или нормально? Ну я сейчас спущусь,
Ну, тогда кто в итоге будет чистить, а кто будет придерживать?
The crew in Moscow are unintelligible due to a lot of interference.
Я думаю, одно Сергей, одно я, одно Сергей. Нет, я хорошо.
Принят.
Положение хорошее. Как моргают блюзки на солнце. Так, ну давай, начнем потихонечку.
Slowly. Well, first, turn on your glycers. So, video the state before and then after. Literally no more than 5 or 10 seconds.
Заметно будет.
And then we'll see whether the status improves after you clean the windows.
Я напоминаю, первым делом ставим очиститель в центр иллюминатора и круговыми движениями.
All right, so okay, you start cleaning it, moving along the perimeter in circular motions starting from the sides, going to the center.
Если по-другому, то там могут остаться разводы и полоски.
Because if you do that the other way, you will end up possibly with streaks and on the windows. All right. So it's a spiral movement? Yes, spiral movement. Okay. Spiral movement. I'm not going to turn off the glycer then. Right.
Прижать, наверное, да? Если есть такая возможность. Так, итак, извлекаю.
All right. All right. I am getting that first cleaner out. All right, secure it somewhere like this, here.
Так. Ага, достал.
All right, I got it.
Первый очиститель.
All right, we have it.
Итак, от центра.
All right, away from the center.
Полетел, да? Полетел. Ага, ну все.
All right.
Сергей, надо плотнее прижимать.
Sergey, press harder. You actually need to put some effort.
Лучше глиссер зафиксируем на пульте.
Secure the glue
Sergei Prokopьев
platform
now
and
cleaning
go
one
at
of the
it with
windows
your hands.
on the Zvezda service module. Inside, fellow cosmonaut Andrei Fedyayev recording those activities from the inside out.
All right.
Так, Андрей,
Andre, are you with us? If you are, we would like him to see the process.
наверное, чистится.
It's working.
Принято. Там как очиститель уже.
All right, Dima, how is it?
Фото на нем.
Dima, did you copy? Well, when I touch the metal parts, unintelligible. To the center, unintelligible.
Принято. Ну, то есть надо... Можно еще раз пройти?
All right, can you go over it one more time? For good measure.
As Prokopiev works to clean this window on the exterior of the Zvezda service module, the International Space Station has flown into an orbital sunrise north of Japan,
All right.
crossing the northern Pacific.
We're trying to work with, like, maybe to hit it with a flashlight and see, and look at it from different angles to make sure that we have it clean. And the circular motion. Let me try. Andre. Yeah, it's kind of... I haven't touched it yet. Clean up here. It will be a little bit better from here. All right. I wiped it down like first go, and we can change out the tip and try it one more time. Sergey, should we do it one more time? I think it'll do. Moscow. All right, it's gotten better. We have a second tip that we can use. Let me try from one more time from here. Okay. Something like that. Maybe it'll work. Andrei, what did you say? Well, from the look of it, it's not bad. Can you try and like put a little bit more force behind it? The biggest streaks are gone, but there are still some left. All right, I have removed the second cleaner. Maybe we should take pictures a little bit later. Before and after. Take some more pictures there, and you should start heading towards MRM. All right. Pictures of the window. Copy. All right, guys, we are done with pictures. Head out back to MRM and the handrail. Also, Glisser, leave it on for a little bit more time so that we capture the batteries of solar arrays. Leave it going. Okay.
As we approach the 5-hour mark in the spacewalk, Dmitry Petelin has wrapped up the cleaning of the external surface of one of the windows on the Zvezda service module. The two cosmonauts continuing to make good time along all of their tasks. On the timeline for today's activities, the removal of a seismic detection experiment, the removal of several stanchions on the exterior of the service module that held other transmission hardware. They did install a high data rate transmission radio hardware package and removed experiment trays from a micrometeoroid impact hit experiment and a material science samples experiment. The two cosmonauts also took extensive photographic documentation of the aft end of the Zvezda service module, including thruster plume deflectors and the antenna boom on which the Lyra high data rate antenna is mounted. And now, having completed the cleaning of one of the windows on the service module, they're going to head back toward the Poisk airlock, where they will remove a biological sample experiment package before presumably completing their spacewalk for today.
There is a soft handrail, long one, orange. Okay. And I'm moving all right here. I am passing by you. Got it? Got it. All right. Use the soft handrail. Okay. PET is 5 hours exactly. Copy. Grab the crew lock bag and UKP with all the tools and everything, the container, the protective covers, secure to the circular handrails, and start your suit inspection. Sounds good. What do you want? The crew lock bag or UKP? Well, you can turn the crew lock bag. All right, let me grab it.
Well,
I'm thinking that both kits can be secured with hooks to you guys. Okay. Standing by. And the second one. Сергей, don't go to plane 2 yet.
Мы могли отталкивать полотенце.
We just want to be able to jettison the towel.
Располагайтесь друг напротив друга.
So position yourself across each other and check out your suits, gloves, and the impact. Copy. Well, we didn't do anything crazy. Well, my gloves are looking good. Something greenish is on the boots, but it was there before we went we went there. Well, guys, inspect it a little bit more attentively, please. Maybe OTAs, maybe some cloth elements. Just maybe a little bit more than we had. Maybe it's a little bit dirtier than before, but nothing crazy. The backs are probably clean, but elbows. Let me check. The boots are, the legs are clean. The backpack, I think it's cleanish. Not too bad. All good. All right. Well, let us wipe down the gloves and use the towels. We'll use the towels in the handrail of the impact needs to be also wiped down. So use the gloves, use the towels, correction.
As the International Space Station approaches the west coast of the United States, Dmitry Petelin and Sergei Prokopьев are conducting what for U.S. spacewalks is called the buddy system, inspecting each other's suits, wiping down the suits to ensure that they're not going to bring any contamination back inside the space station at the completion of today's spacewalk, which is now 5 hours, 6 minutes in duration.
Well, the handrails look like they have smoke residue on them. Looks like a frying pan with the smoke residue. They also look oily, but I don't think it's actually oily. I removed one towel. So should I be going there first? Okay. Now, should I be wiping down? Yes, go ahead. Okay, the handrail? Yes, go ahead on the handrail. Oh, I think I've done as much as I could. I'm done. I'm done. I completed the handrail cleaning. Copy.
And a good view of the Expedition 69 commander, Sergei Prokopьев, in the home stretch of the 7th spacewalk of his career.
Yes. It's on my gloves.
Дима, давай свежим полотенцем вытришь руки.
Свежим?
Could you use a fresh towel, please, and clean number 3? Yes, would be great if you use a fresh towel. Okay, copy.
А это полотенце можно оттолкнуть тогда сразу.
And this one you can, and this towel you can jettison right away.
Может, от нее его.
You can give it to me.
Давай. Взял. Себе возьму. Так. Теперь тебе надо другую.
So you need to grab with the other hand.
Только при отталкивании просьба снять проволочные фиксаторы и без них отталкивать.
When you jettison it, please remove the wire ties and jettison the towel without wire ties. Okay, copy.
Какие-то следы на полотенце остались.
Well, there are some hooks still remaining on the towel.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, протер.
So I wiped it down.
В втором скафандре также. Зеркала.
Ребят, и просьба, если получится у вас скомкать
So if you're able to bunch up those two towels into one bundle with one bundle without the wire, so you can probably wrap it on top.
Я вот завязал вот так.
I finished tying it.
Ну, одно полотенце поверх другого.
You can wrap one towel on top of the other. It's just so that they're going to separate from the station as one single object.
5 hours, 15 minutes into the spacewalk, instructions being given to the cosmonauts to bundle these two towels that they wiped their gloves and their suits down with into one package, basically, that they will wire tie together so that when it is jettisoned, it will consist of only a single object to be tracked. The jettison, like the other items jettisoned earlier in today's spacewalk, will be done so retrograde to the station to avoid any potential for recontact with the International Space Station.
Without a wire tie, particularly since we're wearing gloves.
Ну, вы сильно не забивайте руки, как получилось, так и не нужно, чтобы этот объект
don't overtire your arms. It doesn't have to be.
Сжали, как снежочек.
Well, if you can compress it together like a snowball, then you can push it off. I don't know. I don't even know what to do. Well, let's try it this way. We need to remove it from the wire tie. Well, if it doesn't work, pushing it off without a wire tie, then use one wire tie. Don't overburden your hands. Don't overtire your hands trying to compress those two towels.
Я просто хотел проволочный фиксатор сэкономить, но...
I just wanted to save a wire tie, but if it's not going to work, then so be it. So, yeah, if it's a matter of a wire tie...
Конечно, всегда дело в проволоке.
Of course, it's always about the wire. Oh, this is better. Copy. You can push it off. So you're going to push it towards me?
Также по горизонту Земли, в сторону от станции.
So in the direction of the station along the Earth horizon. Okay. Okay. So it's not towards me, it's in direction away from me. Okay, jettisoning it. It went well. Copy. The towel is gone.
And the bundle of 2 towels has been jettisoned. The 4th item to be jettisoned during today's spacewalk, a seismic detection experiment, 2 stanchions, and now this bundle of towels. This will wrap up all of the jettison activity for the spacewalk, which is approaching the 5-hour, 20-minute mark.
Plane 4, it shouldn't be difficult to translate in that direction. Okay, copy.
With the work on the Zvezda service module having been completed, the two cosmonauts are now making their way back to the Poisk airlock. One more task at hand, the retrieval of a biological samples experiment package, the experiment called BioRisk, that is mounted near the airlock hatch at Poisk.
Sergey, and you have the impact tray. Yes, I do. And the крылок bag as well? Oh, no. Okay, I got it. Copy also when you get to the EV hatch. So place the impact experiment tray into the soft container. Okay, will do. And if possible, when you remove the wire ties along the internal circumference, you will need to wrap it as much as possible. You might need to do it together. Okay, we'll wait and see.
ты тоже перешел с кольцевых поручней на...
So I see your vehicle has also translated from the circular handrail. Yes.
Двигатель ориентации.
Then we're going to enable attitude thrusters at this time. Okay, copy.
The cosmonauts now back at the Poisk module. They will be removing the BioRisk sample tray, this biological samples experiment tray. That will be the final task of today's spacewalk, presumably. And we'll stand by for further word from the Russian flight control team outside of Korolyov, which has supervised today's excursion by Prokopiev and Petelin.
I am placing the tray into the soft container. Copy.
Дима, ты уже сейчас практически ушел с СМ, я наблюдаю.
And Dmitry, you are where? So yes, I'm following Sergey. Okay, we're going to start rotating the solar rays in out of track mode. So we're not going to we're not going back to Amaram at all. Okay, copy all, thank you.
The two cosmonauts are stowing the experiment trays that were removed from the Zvezda service module into protective airtight containers before they are brought back inside the Poisk airlock.
I have the container. Okay, I am going to go to the kit.
And the two spacewalkers are removing one of the containers from the biorisk experiment. These are biological samples exposed to the environment of space.
Завел планшет внутрь чехла.
Принято.
Зафиксировал small red.
So I secured the small red.
Принято.
Copy. Maybe right now what we can do.
Дим, давай ты поможешь Сергею сейчас.
Dmitry, you're going to help Sergey.
Через контейнер.
You're going to hold the container. There is the tray there, and then in the meantime, Sergey is going to dispose of the wire ties so they don't get in the way. Okay, sounds good. So you should I just hold it? Yes, hold it.
Я начинаю оттягивать.
А ты red снял?
Now, did you remove red and the adjustable?
Конечно.
Yes. Both red and adjustable.
Спасибо.
Okay, and we don't have anything else there.
Так, максимально сильно.
So we're going to do that as much as possible.
Один освобожу. А эти?
Экипаж МКС по Москве в канале СГ-2 для Андрея.
ISS MCC Moscow on Space Round 2 for Andrei about the PHO activity.
Да, отвечаю, СГ-2.
Go ahead and Space Round 2.
Андрей, выйди, пожалуйста.
Andrei, could you call me on Space Round 1?
Хорошо.
Okay, copy. I will. Stand by 1.
Потом внутри руками подтянем.
We'll pull it just by hand
Когда
inside.
будет сублиматор у нас, тогда можно дотянуть. Но
Yeah, you can do that when you start
была обеспечена на горловине.
the sublimators. Okay? Well, we probably shouldn't do that.
Sergei Prokopьев and Dmytry Pitelin are in the process of bagging the experiment packages that they retrieved from the Zvezda service module during today's spacewalk, which has reached the 5-hour, 37-minute mark. This view from one of the cosmonauts' helmet cameras showing the inside of the Poisk airlock that leads to the rest of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Hold it. Got it. Well, I think it's definitely not leaking. We copy, and you can start bringing the equipment. Crew lock bag.
Я не отследил, что тень наступила.
All right, and we are in orbital night. Yep, the night has come.
После заведения укладок
After you bring in all the kits,
и как в итоге пойдем к нему? По большой дороге или по короткой?
which route would you like to choose? Do you take the longer route or the shorter route? Maybe move along the Strela.
У нас через
Or I would take it along a circular handrail, and we are looking into a very long LOS.
вам надо будет
So, guys, you will have to translate,
снять первый контейнер.
remove container 1.
Именно первый контейнер требуется.
It needs to be container number 1.
Надо будет застраховать его.
You will need to secure it
Двумя точками. Это adjustable и red.
with two, using adjustable and red.
Демонтируете. Надо будет
And
снять платформу
you will take the glisser platform
и назад к нему второму.
and move back to MRM 1. Oh, MRM 2, correction. Copy.
Давай УКП.
All right, take the UKP.
Карабин, которым фиксировался.
Good view inside the Poisk airlock as the two cosmonauts stow equipment and the experiment packages to be brought back inside the International Space Station.
All right, the Strela is here. And I'm on the anchor. Did you enter the anchor already? Yes. Copy.
Контейнер, УКП,
The container, UKP, the crew lock bag.
Да, на месте.
Okay, they are in place.
Принято.
Copy. And I have secured it. Okay. Copy. Thank you. Unintelligible.
У нас буквально через минутку, наверное, пропадет видеосвязь.
All right, we're going to lose video in about a minute.
Будет дольше, чем я говорил.
Audio is going to be for a little bit longer.
Ожидается через 10 с небольшим минут.
But the LOS is about 10 minutes and some change.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 49 minutes into today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts who have been working outside all day, Sergei Prokopьев and Dmitry Petelin, are in the home stretch. They're collecting one more experiment package from the outside of the Poisk module near the airlock hatch itself. That a tray of biological experiment samples. After they complete that, they will make their way back inside Poisk and close the hatch to mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
So we are at number 1. Copy, number 1.
The two cosmonauts removed and jettisoned a 10-year-old seismic detection experiment from the outside